Chapter 1, Sections 1 and 2 of The Secret Places of the Heart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Places of the Heart by H.G. Wells. Chapter 1, Sections 1 and 2. Section 1. The maid was a young woman of great natural calmness. She was accustomed to let in visitors who had this air of being annoyed in finding one umbrella too numerous for them. It mattered nothing to her that the gentleman was asking for Dr. Martineau, as if he was asking for something with an unpleasant taste. Almost imperceptibly, she relieved him of his umbrella, and juggled his hat and coat onto a massive mahogany stand. "What name, sir?" she asked, holding open the door of the consulting room. "Hardy," said the gentleman, and then yielding it reluctantly with its distasteful 3-year-old honour. "Sir Richmond Hardy." The door closed softly behind him, and he found himself in undivided possession of the large, indifferent apartment in which the nervous and mental troubles of the outer world eddied for a time on their way to the distinguished specialist. A bowl of daffodils, a handsome bookcase containing bound Victorian magazines and antiquated medical works, some paintings of Scotch scenery, 3 big armchairs, a Boule clock, and a bronze dancing faun, by their want of any collective idea, enhanced rather than mitigated the promiscuous disregard of the room. He drifted to the midmost of the 3 windows and stared out despondently at Harley Street. For a minute or so he remained as still and limp as an empty jacket on its peg, and then a gust of irritation stirred him. "Damned fool I was to come here," he said. "Damned fool! Rush out of the place? I've given my name." He heard the door behind him open, and for a moment pretended not to hear. Then he turned round. "I don't see what you can do for me," he said. "I'm sure I don't," said the doctor. "People come here and talk." There was something reassuringly inaggressive about the figure that confronted Sir Richmond. Dr. Martineau's height wanted at least 3 inches of Sir Richmond's 5 feet 11. He was humanly plump. His face was round and pink and cheerfully wistful, a little suggestive of the full moon, of what the full moon might be if it could get fresh air and exercise. Either his tailor had made his trousers too short, or he had braced them too high, so that he seemed to have grown out of them quite recently. Sir Richmond had been dreading an encounter with some domineering and mesmeric personality. This amiable presence dispelled his preconceived resistances. Dr. Martineau, a little out of breath as though he had been running upstairs, with his hands in his trouser pockets, seemed intent only on disavowals. "People come here and talk. It does them good, and sometimes I am able to offer a suggestion. Talking to someone who understands a little." He expanded the idea. "I'm jangling damnably. Overwork." "Not overwork," Dr. Martineau corrected. "Not overwork. Overwork never hurt anyone. Fatigue stops that. A man can work, good straightforward work, without internal resistance, until he drops, and never hurt himself. You must be working against friction." "Friction? I'm like a machine without oil. I'm grinding to death. And it's so damned important I shouldn't break down. It's vitally important." He stressed his words and reinforced them with a quivering gesture of his upraised clenched hand. "My temper's in rags. I explode at any little thing. I'm raw. I can't work steadily for 10 minutes, and I can't leave off working." "Your name," said the doctor, "is familiar. Sir Richmond Hardy? In the papers. What is it?" "Fuel." "Oh, of course, the Fuel Commission. Stupid of me. We certainly can't afford to have you ill." "I am ill, but you can't afford to have me absent from that commission." "Your technical knowledge." "Technical knowledge be damned. Those men mean to corner the national fuel supply, and waste it for their profits. That's what I'm up against. You don't know the job I have to do. You don't know what a commission of that sort is, the moral tangle of it. You don't know how its possibilities and limitations are canvassed and schemed about long before a single member is appointed. Old Cassidy worked the whole thing with the Prime Minister. I can see that now as plain as daylight. I might have seen it at first. 3 experts who've been got at. They thought I'd been got at. 2 Labour men who'd do anything you wanted them to do, provided you called them level-headed. Wagstaff, the socialist art critic who could be trusted to play the fool and make nationalization look silly. and the rest mine owners, railway managers, oil profiteers, financial adventurers. He was fairly launched. It's the blind folly of it. In the days before the war it was different. Then there was abundance. A little grabbing or cornering was all to the good. All to the good. It prevented things being used up too fast. And the world was running by habit. The inertia was tremendous. You could take all sorts of liberties. But all this is altered. We're living in a different world. The public won't stand things it used to stand. It's a new public. It's wild. It'll smash up the show if they go too far. Everything's short and running shorter. Food, fuel, material. But these people go on. They go on as though nothing had changed. Strikes, Russia, nothing will warn them. There are men on that commission who would steal the brakes off a mountain railway just before they went down in it. It's a struggle with suicidal imbeciles. It's... but I'm talking. I didn't come here to talk fuel. You think there may be a smash-up? I lie awake at night thinking of it. A social smash-up. Economic, social, yes. Don't you? A social smash-up seems to me altogether a possibility. All sorts of people I find think that, said the doctor. All sorts of people lie awake thinking of it. I wish some of my damned committee would. The doctor turned his eyes to the window. I lie awake too, he said, and seemed to reflect, but he was observing his patient acutely, with his ears. But you see how important it is, said Sir Richmond, and left his sentence unfinished. I'll do what I can for you, said the doctor, and considered swiftly what line of talk he had best follow. Section 2. This sense of a coming smash is epidemic, said the doctor. It's at the back of all sorts of mental trouble. It is a new state of mind. Before the war it was abnormal, a phase of neurasthenia. Now it is almost the normal state with whole classes of intelligent people. Intelligent, I say. The others always have been casual and adventurous, and always will be. A loss of confidence in the general background of life, so that we seem to float over abysses. We do, said Sir Richmond. And we have nothing but the old habits and ideas acquired in the days of our assurance. There is a discord, a jarring. The doctor pursued his train of thought. A new, raw, and dreadful sense of responsibility for the universe, accompanied by a realization that the job is overwhelmingly too big for us. We've got to stand up to the job, said Sir Richmond. Anyhow, what else is there to do? We may keep things together. I've got to do my bit, and if only I could hold myself at it, I could beat those fellows. But that's where the devil of it comes in. Never have I been so desirous to work well in my life, and never have I been so slack and weak-willed and inaccurate, sloppy, indolent, vicious. The doctor was about to speak, but Sir Richmond interrupted him. What's got hold of me? What's got hold of me? I used to work well enough. It's as if my will had come untwisted and was raveling out into separate strands. I've lost my unity. I'm not a man, but a mob. I've got to recover my vigor at any cost. Again, as the doctor was about to speak, the word was taken out of his mouth. And what I think of it, Dr. Martineau, is this. It's fatigue. It's mental and moral fatigue. Too much effort on too high a level, and too austere. One strains and flags I meant to say. One strains and flags, and then the lower stuff in one, the subconscious stuff, takes control. There was a flavor of popularized psychoanalysis about this, and the doctor drew in the corners of his mouth and gave his head a critical slant. But this only made Sir Richmond raise his voice and quicken his speech. I want, he said, a good tonic, a pick-me-up, a stimulating harmless drug of some sort. That's indicated, anyhow, to begin with. Something to pull me together, as people say, bring me up to the scratch again. I don't like the use of drugs, said the doctor. The expectation of Sir Richmond's expression changed to disappointment. But that's not reasonable, he cried. That's not reasonable. That's superstition. Call a thing a drug and condemn it. Everything is a drug. Everything that affects you, food stimulates or tranquilizes, drink, noise is a stimulant, and quiet an opiate. What is life but response to stimulants, or reaction after them? When I'm exhausted, I want food. When I'm overactive and sleepless, I want tranquilizing. When I'm dispersed, I want pulling together. But we don't know how to use drugs, the doctor objected. But you ought to know. Dr. Martineau fixed his eye on a first-floor windowsill on the opposite side of Harley Street. His manner suggested a lecturer holding on to his theme. A day will come when we shall be able to manipulate drugs, all sorts of drugs, and work them into our general way of living. I have no prejudice against them at all. A time will come when we shall correct our moods, get down to our reserves of energy by their help, suspend fatigue, put off sleep during long spells of exertion, at some sudden crisis, for example, when we shall know enough to know just how far to go with this, that, or the other stuff, and how to wash out its after effects. I quite agree with you in principle, but that time hasn't come yet. Decades of research yet. If we tried that sort of thing now, we should be like children playing with poisons and explosives. It's out of the question. I've been taking a few little things already. Easton syrup, for example. Strychnine. It carries you for a time and drops you by the way. Has it done you any good? Any net good? It has, I can see, broken your sleep. The doctor turned round again to his patient and looked up into his troubled face. Given physiological trouble, I don't mind resorting to a drug. Given structural injury, I don't mind surgery. But except for any little mischief your amateur drugging may have done, you do not seem to me to be either sick or injured. You have no trouble either of structure or material. You are worried, ill in your mind, and otherwise perfectly sound. It's the current of your thoughts, fermenting. If the trouble is in the mental sphere, why go out of the mental sphere for a treatment? Talk and thought, these are your remedies. Cool, deliberate thought. You're unraveled, you say it yourself. Drugs will only make this or that unraveled strand behave disproportionately. You don't want that. You want to take stock of yourself as a whole, find out where you stand. But the Fuel Commission, is it sitting now? Adjourned till after Whitsuntide. But there's heaps of work to be done. Still, he added, this is my one chance of any treatment. The doctor made a little calculation. 3 weeks. It's scarcely time enough to begin. You're certain that no regimen of carefully planned and chosen tonics? Dismiss the idea. Dismiss it. He decided to take a plunge. I've just been thinking of a little holiday for myself. But I'd like to see you through this. And if I am to see you through, there ought to be some sort of beginning now. In this 3 weeks. Suppose... Sir Richmond leapt to his thought. I'm free to go anywhere. Golf would drive a man of your composition mad. It would. That's that. Still, the country must be getting beautiful again now, after all the rain we have had. I have a little two-seater. I don't know. The repair people promised to release it before Friday. But I have a choice of 2 very comfortable little cars. Why not be my guest? That might be more convenient. I'd prefer my own car. Then what do you say? I agree. Peripatetic treatment. South and west. We could talk on the road, in the evenings, by the wayside. We might make the beginnings of a treatment. A simple tour, nothing elaborate. You wouldn't bring a man? I always drive myself. End of Chapter 1, Sections 1 and 2. Chapter 1, Sections 3 and 4 of The Secret Places of the Heart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Places of the Heart by H.G. Wells. Chapter 1, Sections 3 and 4. Section 3. There's something very pleasant, said the doctor, envisaging his own rash proposal, in traveling along roads you don't know, and seeing houses and parks and villages and towns for which you do not feel in the slightest degree responsible. They hide all their troubles from the road. Their backyards are tucked away out of sight. They show a brave face. There's none of the nasty self-betrayals of the railway approach. And everything will be fresh still. There will still be a lot of apple blossom and bluebells. And all the while we can be getting on with your affair. He was back at the window now. I want the holiday myself, he said. He addressed Sir Richmond over his shoulder. Have you noted how fagged and unstable everybody is getting? Everybody intelligent, I mean. It's an infernally worrying time. Exactly. Everybody suffers. It's no good going on in the old ways. It isn't. And it's a frightful strain to get into any new ways. So here we are. A man, the doctor expanded, isn't a creature in vacuo. He's himself and his world. He's a surface of contact, a system of adaptations, between his essential self and his surroundings. Well, our surroundings have become, how shall I put it, a landslide. The war, which seemed such a definable catastrophe in 1914, was, after all, only the first loud crack and smash of the collapse. The war is over, and nothing is over. This peace is a farce, reconstruction an exploded phrase. The slide goes on. It goes, if anything, faster, without a sign of stopping. And all our poor little adaptations, which we have been elaborating and trusting all our lives, one after another, they fail us. We are stripped. We have to begin all over again. I'm 57, and I feel at times nowadays like a chicken new hatched in a thunderstorm. The doctor walked towards the bookcase and turned. Everybody is like that. It isn't what are you going to do? It isn't what am I going to do? It's what are we all going to do? Lord, how safe and established everything was in 1910, say. We talked of this great war that was coming, but nobody thought it would come. We had been born in peace, comparatively speaking. We had been brought up in peace. There was talk of wars. There were wars, little wars, that altered nothing material. Consols used to be at 112, and you fed your household on 10 shillings a head a week. You could run over all Europe, barring Turkey and Russia, without even a passport. You could get to Italy in a day. Never were life and comfort so safe, for respectable people, and we were respectable people. That was the world that made us what we are. That was the sheltering and friendly greenhouse in which we grew. We fitted our minds to that. And here we are with the greenhouse falling in upon us lump by lump, smash and clatter, the wild winds of heaven tearing in through the gaps. Upstairs on Dr. Martineau's desk lay the typescript of the opening chapters of a book that was intended to make a great splash in the world, his Psychology of a New Age. He had his metaphors ready. We said, this system will always go on. We needn't bother about it. We just planned our lives accordingly. It was like a bird building its nest to frozen snakes. My father left me a decent independence. I developed my position. I have lived between here and the hospital, doing good work, enormously interested, prosperous, mildly distinguished. I had been born and brought up on the good ship Civilization. I assumed that someone else was steering the ship all right. I never knew. I never inquired. Nor did I, said Sir Richmond. But... And nobody was steering the ship, the doctor went on. Nobody had ever steered the ship. It was adrift. I realized that. It is a new realization. Always hitherto men have lived by faith, as children do, as the animals do. At the back of the healthy mind, human or animal, has been this persuasion. This is all right. This will go on. If I keep the rule, if I do so and so, all will be well. I need not trouble further. Things are cared for. If we could go on like that, said Sir Richmond. We can't. That faith is dead. The war and the peace have killed it. The doctor's round face became speculative. His resemblance to the full moon increased. He seemed to gaze at remote things. It may very well be that man is no more capable of living out of that atmosphere of assurance than a tadpole is of living out of water. His mental existence may be conditional on that. Deprived of it, he may become incapable of sustained social life. He may become frantically self-seeking, incoherent, a stampede. Human sanity may disperse. That's our trouble, the doctor completed. Our fundamental trouble. All our confidences and our accustomed adaptations are destroyed. We fit together no longer. We are loose. We don't know where we are nor what to do. The psychology of the former time fails to give safe responses, and the psychology of the new age has still to develop. Section 4. That is all very well, said Sir Richmond in the resolute voice of one who will be pent no longer. That is all very well as far as it goes, but it does not cover my case. I am not suffering from inadaptation. I have adapted. I have thought things out. I think much as you do, so it's not that. But, mind you, I am perfectly clear where I am, where we are. What is happening to us all is the breakup of the entire system. Agreed. We have to make another system, or perish amidst the wreckage. I see that clearly. Science and plan have to replace custom and tradition in human affairs. Soon. Very soon. Granted. Granted. We used to say all that, even before the war. Now we mean it. We've muddled about in the old ways overlong. Some new sort of world, planned and scientific, has to be got going. Civilization renewed. Rebuilding civilization, while the premises are still occupied and busy. It's an immense enterprise, but it is the only thing to be done. In some ways, it's an enormously attractive enterprise. Inspiring. It grips my imagination. I think of the other men who must be at work, working as I do, rather in the dark as yet, with whom I shall presently join up. The attempt may fail. All things human may fail. But on the other hand, it may succeed. I never had such faith in anything as I have in the rightness of the work I am doing now. I begin at that. But here is where my difficulty comes in. The top of my brain, my innermost self, says all that I have been saying, but the rest of me won't follow. The rest of me refuses to attend, forgets, straggles, misbehaves. Exactly. The word irritated Sir Richmond. Not exactly at all. Amazingly, if you like. I have this unlimited faith in our present tremendous necessity, for work, for devotion. I believe my share, the work I am doing, is essential to the whole thing. And I work sluggishly. I work reluctantly. I work damnably. The doctor checked himself. All that is explicable. Indeed, it is. Listen for a moment to me. Consider what you are. Consider what we are. Consider what a man is before you marvel at his ineptitudes of will. Face the accepted facts. Here is a creature not 10,000 generations from the ape, his ancestor. Not 10,000. And that ape again, not a score of thousands from the monkey, his forebear. A man's body, his bodily powers, are just the body and powers of an ape, a little improved, a little adapted to novel needs. That brings me to my point. Can his mind and will be anything better? For a few generations, a few hundreds at most, knowledge and wide thought have flared out on the darknesses of life. But the substance of man is ape still. He may carry a light in his brain, but his instincts move in the darkness. Out of that darkness he draws his motives. Or fails to draw them, said Sir Richmond. Or fails. And that is where these new methods of treatment come in. We explore that failure, together. What the psychoanalyst does, and I will confess that I owe much to the psychoanalyst, what he does is to direct thwarted, disappointed, and perplexed people to the realities of their own nature, which they have been accustomed to ignore and forget. They come to us with high ambitions or lovely illusions about themselves, torn, shredded, spoilt. They are morally denuded. Dreams they hate pursue them. Abhorrent desires draw them. They are the prey of irresistible yet uncongenial impulses. They succumb to black despairs. The first thing we ask them is this: what else could you expect? What else could I expect? Sir Richmond repeated, looking down on him. The wonder is not that you are sluggish, reluctantly unselfish, inattentive, spasmodic. The wonder is that you are ever anything else. Do you realize that a few million generations ago, everything that stirs in us, everything that exalts human life, self-devotions, heroisms, the utmost triumphs of art, the love, for love it is, that makes you and me care indeed for the fate and welfare of all this round world, was latent in the body of some little lurking beast that crawled and hid among the branches of vanished and forgotten Mesozoic trees. A petty, egg-laying, bristle-covered beast it was, with no more of the rudiments of a soul than bare hunger, weak lust, and fear. People always seem to regard that as a curious fact of no practical importance. It isn't. It's a vital fact of the utmost practical importance. That is what you are made of. Why should you expect, because a war and a revolution have shocked you, that you should suddenly be able to reach up and touch the sky? Said Sir Richmond. Have I been touching the sky? You are trying to play the part of an honest rich man. I don't care to see the whole system go smash. Exactly, said the doctor, before he could prevent himself. But is it any good to tell a man that the job he is attempting is above him, That he is just a hairy reptile twice removed, and all that sort of thing? Well, it saves him from hoping too much and being too greatly disappointed. It recalls him to the proportions of the job. He gets something done by not attempting everything, and it clears him up. We get him to look into himself, to see directly and in measurable terms what it is that puts him wrong and holds him back. He's no longer vaguely incapacitated. He knows. That's diagnosis. That's not treatment. Treatment by diagnosis. To analyze a mental knot is to untie it. You propose that I shall spend my time until the commission meets in thinking about myself. I wanted to forget myself. Like a man who tries to forget that his petrol is running short and his cylinder missing fire. No. Come back to the question of what you are, said the doctor. A creature of the darkness with new lights, lit and half blinded by science and the possibilities of controlling the world that it opens out. In that light, your will is all for service. You care more for mankind than for yourself. You begin to understand something of the self beyond yourself. But it is a partial and a shaded light as yet. A little area about you it makes clear. The rest is still the old darkness, of millions of intense and narrow animal generations. You are like someone who awakens out of an immemorial sleep, to find himself in a vast chamber, in a great and ancient house. A great and ancient house high amidst frozen and lifeless mountains, in a sunless universe. You are not alone in it. You are not lord of all you survey. Your leadership is disputed. The darkness, even of the room you are in, is full of ancient and discarded but quite unsubjugated powers and purposes. They thrust ambiguous limbs and claws suddenly out of the darkness into the light of your attention. They snatch things out of your hand. They trip your feet and jog your elbow. They crowd and cluster behind you. Wherever your shadow falls, they creep right up to you, creep upon you and struggle to take possession of you. The souls of apes, monkeys, reptiles, and creeping things haunt the passages and attics and cellars of this living house in which your consciousness has awakened. The doctor gave this quotation from his unpublished book, The Advantages of an Abrupt Break, and a pause. Sir Richmond shrugged his shoulders and smiled. And you propose a vermin hunt in the old tenement? The modern man has to be master in his own house. He has to take stock and know what is there. 3 weeks of self-vivisection. To begin with, 3 weeks of perfect honesty with yourself, as an opening. It will take longer than that if we are to go through with the job. It is a considerable process. It is. Yet you shrink from simple things like drugs. Self-knowledge without anesthetics. Has this sort of thing ever done anyone any good at all? It has turned hundreds back to sanity and steady work. How frank are we going to be? How full are we going to be? Anyhow, we can break off at any time. We'll try it. We'll try it. And so for this journey into the west of England, and, if we can get there, I'm not sure that we can get there, into the secret places of my heart. End of Chapter 1, Sections 3 and 4.
Chapter the 2nd and Chapter the 3rd, Section 1, of The Secret Places of the Heart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Places of the Heart by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 2nd, Lady Hardy. The patient left the house with much more self-possession than he had shown when entering it. Dr. Martineau had thrust him back from his intenser prepossessions to a more generalized view of himself, had made his troubles objective and detached him from them. He could even find something amusing now in his situation. He liked the immense scope of the theoretical duet in which they had indulged. He felt that most of it was entirely true, and in some untraceable manner absurd. There were entertaining possibilities in the prospect of the doctor drawing him out, he himself partly assisting and partly resisting. He was a man of extensive reservations. His private life was in some respects exceptionally private. I don't confide. Do I even confide in myself? I imagine I do. Is there anything in myself that I haven't looked squarely in the face? How much are we going into, even as regards facts? Does it really help a man to see himself? Such thoughts as these engaged him until he found himself in his study. His desk and his writing table were piled high with a heavy burthen of work. Still a little preoccupied with Dr. Martineau's exposition, he began to handle this confusion. At 9:30 he found himself with 3 hours of good work behind him. It had seemed like 2. He had not worked like this for many weeks. "This is very cheering," he said, "and unexpected. Can old Moon Face have hypnotized me? Anyhow, perhaps I've only imagined I was ill. Dinner?" He looked at his watch and was amazed at the time. "Good Lord, I've been at it 3 hours. What can have happened? Funny I didn't hear the gong." He went downstairs and found Lady Hardy reading a magazine in a dining room armchair and finely poised between devotion and martyrdom. A shadow of vexation fell athwart his mind at the sight of her. "I'd no idea it was so late," he said. "I heard no gong. After you swore so at poor Bradley, I ordered that there should be no gong when we were alone. I did come up to your door about 8:30. I crept up. But I was afraid I might upset you if I came in." "But you've not waited." "I've had a mouthful of soup." Lady Hardy rang the bell. "I've done some work at last," said Sir Richmond, astride on the hearth rug. "I'm glad," said Lady Hardy, without gladness. "I waited for 3 hours." Lady Hardy was a frail little blue eyed woman with uneven shoulders and a delicate sweet profile. Hers was that type of face that under even the most pleasant and luxurious circumstances still looks bravely and patiently enduring. Her refinement threw a tinge of coarseness over his eager consumption of his excellent clear soup. "What's this fish, Bradley?" he asked. "Turbot, Sir Richmond." "Don't you have any?" he asked his wife. "I've had a little fish," said Lady Hardy. When Bradley was out of the room, Sir Richmond remarked: "I saw that nerves man, Dr. Martineau, to day. He wants me to take a holiday." The quiet patience of the lady's manner intensified. She said nothing. A flash of resentment lit Sir Richmond's eyes. When he spoke again, he seemed to answer unspoken accusations. "Dr. Martineau's idea is that he should come with me." The lady adjusted herself to a new point of view. "But won't that be reminding you of your illness and worries? He seems a good sort of fellow. I'm inclined to like him. He'll be as good company as any one. This tournedos looks excellent. Have some." "I had a little bird," said Lady Hardy, "when I found you weren't coming." "But I say, don't wait here if you've dined. Bradley can see to me." She smiled and shook her head with the quiet conviction of one who knew her duty better. "Perhaps I'll have a little ice pudding when it comes," she said. Sir Richmond detested eating alone in an atmosphere of observant criticism, and he did not like talking with his mouth full to an unembarrassed interlocutor who made no conversational leads of her own. After a few mouthfuls he pushed his plate away from him. "Then let's have up the ice pudding," he said with a faint note of bitterness. "But have you finished?" "The ice pudding!" he exploded wrathfully. "The ice pudding!" Lady Hardy sat for a moment a picture of meek distress. Then, her delicate eyebrows raised, and the corners of her mouth drooping, she touched the button of the silver table bell. CHAPTER the third, Section 1, of The Secret Places of the Heart, by H.G. Wells. Chapter the third, The Departure. Section 1. No wise man goes out upon a novel expedition without misgivings, and between their first meeting and the appointed morning both Sir Richmond Hardy and Dr. Martineau were the prey of quite disagreeable doubts about each other, themselves, and the excursion before them. At the time of their meeting each had been convinced that he gauged the other sufficiently for the purposes of the proposed tour. Afterwards, each found himself trying to recall the other with greater distinctness, and able to recall nothing but queer, ominous, and minatory traits. The doctor's impression of the great fuel specialist grew ever darker, leaner, taller, and more impatient. Sir Richmond took on the likeness of a monster obdurate and hostile. He spread upwards until, like the gin out of the bottle, he darkened the heavens. And he talked too much. He talked ever so much too much. Sir Richmond also thought that the doctor talked too much. In addition, he read into his imperfect memory of the doctor's face an expression of protruded curiosity. What was all this problem of motives and inclinations that they were going into so gaily? He had merely consulted the doctor on a simple, straightforward need for a nervous tonic. That was what he had needed, a tonic. Instead, he had engaged himself for he scarcely knew what, an indiscreet, indelicate, and altogether undesirable experiment in confidences. Both men were considerably reassured when at last they set eyes on each other again. Indeed, each was surprised to find something almost agreeable in the appearance of the other. Dr. Martineau at once perceived that the fierceness of Sir Richmond was nothing more than the fierceness of an overwrought man. And Sir Richmond realized at a glance that the curiosity of Dr. Martineau's bearing had in it nothing personal or base. It was just the fine alertness of the scientific mind. Sir Richmond had arrived nearly 40 minutes late, and it would have been evident to a much less highly trained observer than Dr. Martineau that some dissension had arisen between the little, ladylike, cream and black Charmeuse car and its owner. There was a faint air of resentment and protest between them, as if Sir Richmond had been in some way rude to it. The cap of the radiator was adorned with a little brass figure of a flying Mercury. Frozen in a sprightly attitude, its stiff bound and its fixed heavenward stare was highly suggestive of a forced and tactful disregard of current unpleasantness. Nothing was said, however, to confirm or dispel this suspicion of a disagreement between the man and the car. Sir Richmond directed and assisted Dr. Martineau's man to adjust the luggage at the back, and Dr. Martineau watched the proceedings from his dignified front door. He was wearing a suit of fawn tweeds, a fawn Homburg hat, and a light Burberry, with just that effect of special preparation for a holiday which betrays the habitually busy man. Sir Richmond's brown gauntness was, he noted, greatly set off by his suit of grey. There had certainly been some sort of quarrel. Sir Richmond was explaining the straps to Dr. Martineau's butler with the coldness a man betrays when he explains the uncongenial habits of some unloved intimate. And when the moment came to start, and the little engine did not immediately respond to the electric starter, he said, "Oh, come up, you!" His voice sank at the last word as though it was an entirely confidential communication to the little car. And it was an extremely low and disagreeable word. So Dr. Martineau decided that it was not his business to hear it. It was speedily apparent that Sir Richmond was an experienced and excellent driver. He took the Charmeuse out into the traffic of Baker Street, and westward through brisk and busy streets and roads, to Brentford and Hounslow smoothly and swiftly, making a score of unhesitating and accurate decisions without apparent thought. There was very little conversation until they were through Brentford. Near Shepherd's Bush, Sir Richmond had explained, "This is not my own particular car. That was butted into at the garage this morning, and its radiator cracked, so I had to fall back on this. It's quite a good little car in its way. My wife drives it at times. It has one or two constitutional weaknesses, incidental to the make. Gear box over the back axle, for example. Gets all the vibration. Whole machine rather on the flimsy side. Still" he left the topic at that. Dr. Martineau said something of no consequence about its being a very comfortable little car. Somewhere between Brentford and Hounslow, Sir Richmond plunged into the matter between them. "I don't know how deep we're going into these psychological probings of yours," he said, "but I doubt very much if we shall get anything out of them." "Probably not," said Dr. Martineau. "After all, what I want is a tonic. I don't see that there is anything positively wrong with me. A certain lack of energy." "Lack of balance," corrected the doctor. "You are wasting energy upon internal friction." "But isn't that inevitable? No machine is perfectly efficient. No man either. There is always a waste. Waste of the type, waste of the individual idiosyncrasy. This little car, for instance, isn't pulling as she ought to pull. She never does. She's low in her class. So with myself. There is a natural and necessary high rate of energy waste. Moods of apathy and indolence are natural to me. Damn that omnibus! All over the road!" "We don't deny the imperfection," began the doctor. "One has to fit oneself to one's circumstances," said Sir Richmond, opening up another line of thought. "We don't deny the imperfection." The doctor stuck to it. "These new methods of treatment are based on the idea of imperfection. We begin with that. I began with that last Tuesday." Sir Richmond, too, was sticking to his argument. A man, and for that matter the world he lives in, is a tangle of accumulations. Your psychoanalyst starts, it seems to me, with a notion of stripping down to something fundamental. The ape before was a tangle of accumulations, just as we are. So it was with his forebears, so it has always been. All life is an endless tangle of accumulations." "Recognize it," said the doctor. "And then?" said Sir Richmond, controversially. "Recognize in particular your own tangle." "Is my particular tangle very different from the general tangle? Oh, damn this feeble little engine!" "I am a creature of undecided will, urged on by my tangled heredity to do a score of entirely incompatible things. Mankind, all life, is that." "But our concern is the particular score of incompatible things you are urged to do. We examine and we weigh. We weigh." The doctor was still saying these words when a violent and ultimately disastrous struggle began between Sir Richmond and the little Charmeuse car. The doctor stopped in mid sentence. It was near Taplow Station that the mutual exasperation of man and machine was brought to a crisis by the clumsy emergence of a laundry cart from a side road. Sir Richmond was obliged to pull up smartly and stopped his engine. It refused an immediate obedience to the electric starter. Then it picked up, raced noisily, disengaged great volumes of bluish smoke, and displayed an unaccountable indisposition to run on any gear but the lowest. Sir Richmond thought aloud unpleasing thoughts. He addressed the little car as a person. He referred to ancient disputes and temperamental incompatibilities. His anger betrayed him a coarse, ill-bred man. The little car quickened under his reproaches. There were some moments of hope, dashed by the necessity of going dead slow behind an interloping van. Sir Richmond did not notice the outstretched arm of the driver of the van, and stalled his engine for a second time. The electric starter refused its office altogether. For some moments Sir Richmond sat like a man of stone. "I must wind it up," he said at last in a profound and awful voice. "I must wind it up." "I get out, don't I?" asked the doctor, unanswered, and did so. Sir Richmond, after a grim search and the displacement and replacement of the luggage, produced a handle from the locker at the back of the car, and prepared to wind. There was a little difficulty. "Come up," he said, and the small engine roared out like a stage lion. The two gentlemen resumed their seats. The car started, and then by an unfortunate inadvertency Sir Richmond pulled the gear lever over from the first speed to the reverse. There was a metallic clangour beneath the two gentlemen, and the car slowed down and stopped, although the engine was still throbbing wildly, and the dainty veil of blue smoke still streamed forward from the back of the car before a gentle breeze. The doctor got out almost precipitately, followed by a gaunt madman, mouthing vileness, who had only a minute or so before been a decent British citizen. He made some blind lunges at the tremulous but obdurate car, but rather as if he looked for offences and accusations than for displacements to adjust. Quivering and refusing, the little car was extraordinarily like some recalcitrant little old aristocratic lady in the hands of revolutionaries, and this made the behaviour of Sir Richmond seem even more outrageous than it would otherwise have done. He stopped the engine. He went down on his hands and knees in the road to peer up at the gear box. Then, without restoring the spark, he tried to wind up the engine again. He spun the little handle with an insane violence, faster and faster for, as it seemed to the doctor, the better part of a minute. Beads of perspiration appeared upon his brow and ran together. He bared his teeth in a snarl. His hat slipped over one eye. He groaned with rage. Then, using the starting handle as a club, he assailed the car. He smote the brazen Mercury from its foothold, and sent it and a part of the radiator cap with it flying across the road. He beat at the wings of the bonnet until they bent in under his blows. Finally, he hurled the starting handle at the wind screen and smashed it. The starting handle rattled over the bonnet and fell to the ground. The paroxysm was over. 10 seconds later, this cataclysmal lunatic had reverted to sanity, a rather sheepish sanity. He thrust his hands into his trouser pockets and turned his back on the car. He remarked in a voice of melancholy detachment, "It was a mistake to bring that coupe." Dr. Martineau had assumed an attitude of trained observation on the side path. His hands rested on his hips, and his hat was a little on one side. He was inclined to agree with Sir Richmond. "I don't know," he considered. "You wanted some such blow off as this." "Did I?" "The energy you have! That car must be somebody's whipping boy." "The devil it is!" said Sir Richmond, turning round sharply and staring at it as if he expected it to display some surprising and yet familiar features. Then he looked questioningly and suspiciously at his companion. "These outbreaks do nothing to amend the originating grievance," said the doctor. "No. And at times they are even costly. But they certainly lift a burthen from the nervous system. And now I suppose we have to get that little ruin to Maidenhead." "Little ruin!" repeated Sir Richmond. "There's lots of life in the little beast yet." He reflected. "She'll have to be towed." He felt in his breast pocket. "Somewhere I have the R.A.C. order paper, the badge that will get you home. We shall have to hail some passing car to take it in to Maidenhead." Dr. Martineau offered, and Sir Richmond took and lit a cigarette. For a little while conversation hung fire. Then for the first time Dr. Martineau heard his patient laugh. "Amazing savage," said Sir Richmond. "Amazing savage." He pointed to his handiwork. "The little car looks ruffled. Well it may." He became grave again. "I suppose I ought to apologize." Dr. Martineau weighed the situation. "As between doctor and patient," he said, "no." "Oh," said Sir Richmond, turned to a new point of view. "But where the patient ends and the host begins I'm really very sorry." He reverted to his original train of thought, which had not concerned Dr. Martineau at all. "After all, the little car was only doing what she was made to do." End of Chapter the Third, Section 1. Chapter the Third, Sections 2 and 3, and Chapter the Fourth, Section 1, of The Secret Places of the Heart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Places of the Heart by H. G. Wells. Chapter the Third, Section 2. The affair of the car effectively unsealed Sir Richmond's mind. Hitherto Dr. Martineau had perceived the possibility and danger of a defensive silence or of a still more defensive irony. But now that Sir Richmond had once given himself away, he seemed prepared to give himself away to an unlimited extent. He embarked upon an apologetic discussion of the choleric temperament. He began as they stood waiting for the relief car from the Maidenhead garage. "You were talking of the ghosts of apes and monkeys that suddenly come out from the darkness of the subconscious." "You mean when we first met at Harley Street?" "That last apparition of mine seems to have been a gorilla, at least." The doctor became precise. "Gorilla-esque. We are not descended from gorillas." "Queer thing a fit of rage is." "It is one of nature's cruder expedients. Crude, but I doubt if it is fundamental. There doesn't seem to be rage in the vegetable world, and even among the animals. No, it is not universal." He ran his mind over classes and orders. "Wasps and bees certainly seem to rage, but if one comes to think, most of the invertebrata show very few signs of it." "I'm not so sure," said Sir Richmond. "I've never seen a snail in a towering passion, or an oyster slamming its shell behind it. But these are sluggish things. Oysters sulk, which is after all a smouldering sort of rage. And take any more active invertebrate. Take a spider. Not a smashing and swearing sort of rage, perhaps, but a disciplined, cold-blooded malignity. Crabs fight. A conger eel in a boat will rage dangerously. A vertebrate, yes; but even among the vertebrata, who has ever seen a furious rabbit?" "Don't the bucks fight?" questioned Sir Richmond. Dr. Martineau admitted the point. "I've always had these fits of passion. As far back as I can remember. I was a kicking, screaming child. I threw things. I once threw a fork at my elder brother, and it stuck in his forehead, doing no serious damage, happily. There were whole days of wrath. Days, as I remember them. Perhaps they were only hours. I've never thought before what a peculiar thing all this raging is in the world. Why do we rage? They used to say it was the devil. If it isn't the devil, then what the devil is it? After all," he went on, as the doctor was about to answer his question, "as you pointed out, it isn't the lowlier things that rage. It's the higher things and us." "The devil nowadays," the doctor reflected after a pause, "so far as man is concerned, is understood to be the ancestral ape, and more particularly the old male ape." But Sir Richmond was away on another line of thought. Life itself flaring out, brooking no contradiction. He came round suddenly to the doctor's qualification. "Why male? Don't little girls smash things just as much?" "They don't," said Dr. Martineau. "Not nearly as much." Sir Richmond went off at a tangent again. "I suppose you have watched any number of babies?" "Not nearly as many as a general practitioner would do. There's a lot of rage about most of them at first, male or female." "Queer little eddies of fury. Recently it happens I've been seeing one. A spit of red wrath, clenching its fists and squalling threats at a damned disobedient universe." The doctor was struck by an idea, and glanced quickly and questioningly at his companion's profile. "Blind driving force," said Sir Richmond, musing. "Isn't that, after all, what we really are?" he asked the doctor. "Essentially, rage. A rage in dead matter, making it alive." "Schopenhauer," footnoted the doctor. "Bohème." "Plain fact," said Sir Richmond. "No rage, no go." "But rage without discipline?" "Discipline afterwards. The rage first." "But rage against what? And for what?" "Against the universe. And for? That's more difficult. What is the little beast squalling itself crimson for, ultimately? What is it clutching after? In the long run, what will it get?" "Yours the car in distress what sent this?" asked an unheeded voice. "Of course if you were to say 'desire,'" said Dr. Martineau, "then you would be in line with the psychoanalysts. They talk of libido, meaning a sort of fundamental desire. Jung speaks of it at times almost as if it were the universal driving force." "No," said Sir Richmond, in love with his new idea, "not desire. Desire would have a definite direction, and that is just what this driving force hasn't. It's rage." "Yours the car in distress what sent this?" the voice repeated. It was the voice of a mechanic in an Overland car. He was holding up the blue request for assistance that Sir Richmond had recently filled in. The two philosophers returned to practical matters. Section 3. For half an hour after the departure of the little Charmeuse car with Sir Richmond and Dr. Martineau, the brass Mercury lay unheeded in the dusty roadside grass. Then it caught the eye of a passing child. He was a bright little boy of 5. From the moment when he caught the gleam of brass he knew that he had made the find of his life. But his nurse was a timorous, foolish thing. "You did ought to have left it there, Master 'Arry," she said. "Findings ain't keepings nowadays, not by no manner of means, Master 'Arry. You'd look silly if a policeman come along arstin' people if they seen a golden image. Arst yer 'ow you come by it, and look pretty straight at you." All of which grumblings Master Harry treated with an experienced disregard. He knew definitely that he would never relinquish this bright and lovely possession again. It was the first beautiful thing he had ever possessed. He was the darling of fond and indulgent parents, and his nursery was crowded with hideous rag and sawdust dolls, golliwogs, comic penguins, comic lions, comic elephants, and comic policemen, and every variety of such-like humorous idiocy and visual beastliness. This figure, solid, delicate, and gracious, was a thing of a different order. There was to be much conflict and distress, tears and wrath, before the affinity of that clean limbed, shining figure and his small soul was recognized. But he carried his point at last. The Mercury became his inseparable darling, his symbol, his private god, the one dignified and serious thing in a little life much congested by the quaint, the burlesque, and all the smiling, dull condescensions of adult love. Chapter the Fourth, Section 1 of The Secret Places of the Heart, by H. G. Wells. Chapter the Fourth, at Maidenhead, Section 1. The little Charmeuse was towed to hospital, and the two psychiatrists took up their quarters at the Radiant Hotel, with its pleasant lawns and graceful landing stage at the bend towards the bridge. Sir Richmond, after some trying work at the telephone, got into touch with his own proper car. A man would bring the car down in 2 days' time at least, and afterwards the detested coupe could go back to London. The day was still young, and after lunch and coffee upon a sunny lawn, a boat seemed indicated. Sir Richmond astonished the doctor by going to his room, reappearing dressed in tennis flannels, and looking very well in them. It occurred to the doctor as a thing hitherto unnoted that Sir Richmond was not indifferent to his personal appearance. The doctor had no flannels, but he had brought a brown holland umbrella, lined with green, that he had acquired long ago in Algiers, and this served to give him something of the riverside quality. The day was full of sunshine, and the river had a Maytime animation. Pink geraniums, vivid green lawns, gay awnings, bright glass, white paint, and shining metal set the tone of Maidenhead life. At lunch there had been 5 or 6 small tables, with quietly affectionate couples who talked in undertones; a table full of bright coloured Jews who talked in overtones; and a family party from the Midlands, badly smitten with shyness, who did not talk at all. "A resort of honeymoon couples," said the doctor, and then rather knowingly, "temporary honeymoons, I fancy, in 1 or 2 of the cases." "Decidedly temporary," said Sir Richmond, considering the company. "In most of the cases, anyhow. The 2 in the corner might be married. You never know nowadays." He became reflective. After lunch and coffee he rowed the doctor up the river towards Cliveden. "The last time I was here," he said, returning to the subject, "I was here on a temporary honeymoon." The doctor tried to look as though he had not thought that could be possible. "I know my Maidenhead fairly well," said Sir Richmond. "Aquatic activities, such as rowing, punting, messing about with a boat hook, tying up, buzzing about in motor launches, fouling other people's boats, are merely the stage business of the drama. The ruling interests of this place are love, largely illicit, and persistent drinking. Don't you think the bridge charming from here?" "I shouldn't have thought drinking," said Dr. Martineau, after he had done justice to the bridge over his shoulder. "Yes, the place has a floating population of quiet, industrious soakers. The incurable river man and the river girl end at that." Dr. Martineau encouraged Sir Richmond by an appreciative silence. "If we are to explore the secret places of the heart," Sir Richmond went on, "we shall have to give some attention to this Maidenhead side of life. It is very material to my case. I have, as I have said, been here. This place has beauty and charm. These piled up woods, behind which my lords Astor and Desborough keep their state; this shining mirror of the water, brown and green and sky blue; this fringe of reeds, and scented rushes, and forget me not, and lilies, and these perpetually posing white swans, they make a picture. A little artificial, it is true. One feels the presence of a conservancy board planting the rushes and industriously nicking the swans, but none the less delightful. And this setting has appealed to a number of people as an invitation, as, in a way, a promise. They come here responsive to that promise of beauty and happiness. They conceive of themselves here, rowing swiftly and gracefully, punting beautifully, brandishing boat hooks with ease and charm. They look to meet under pleasant or romantic circumstances other possessors and worshippers of grace and beauty here. There will be glowing evenings, warm moonlight, distant voices singing. There is your desire, doctor, the desire you say is the driving force of life. But reality mocks it. Boats bump and lead to coarse, ungracious quarrels. Rowing can be curiously fatiguing. Punting involves dreadful indignities. The romance here tarnishes very quickly. Romantic encounters fail to occur. In our impatience we resort to accosting. Chilly mists arise from the water, and the magic of distant singing is provided, even excessively, by boatloads of cads with collecting dishes. When the weather keeps warm, there presently arises an extraordinary multitude of gnats, and when it does not, there is a need for stimulants. That is why the dreamers who come here first for a light delicious brush with love come down at last to the Thameside barmaid with her array of spirits and cordials as the quintessence of all desire. "I say," said the doctor, "you tear the place to pieces." "The desires of the place," said Sir Richmond. "I am using the place as a symbol." He held his sculls awash, rippling in the water. "The real force of life, the rage of life, isn't here," he said. "It's down underneath, sulking and smouldering. Every now and then it strains and cracks the surface. This stretch of the Thames, this pleasure stretch, has in fact a curiously quarrelsome atmosphere. People scold and insult one another for the most trivial things, for passing too close, for taking the wrong side, for tying up or floating loose. Most of these notice boards on the bank show a thoroughly nasty spirit. People on the banks jeer at any one in the boats. You hear people quarrelling in boats, in the hotels, as they walk along the towing path. There is remarkably little happy laughter here. The rage, you see, is hostile to this place. The rage breaks through. The people who drift from one pub to another, drinking, the people who fuddle in the riverside hotels, are the last fugitives of pleasure, trying to forget the rage. "Isn't it that there is some greater desire at the back of the human mind," the doctor suggested, "which refuses to be content with pleasure as an end?" "What greater desire?" asked Sir Richmond disconcertingly. "Oh!" The doctor cast about. "There is no such greater desire," said Sir Richmond. "You cannot name it. It is just blind drive. I admit it's discontent with pleasure as an end, but has it any end of its own? At the most, you can say that the rage in life is seeking its desire and hasn't found it." "Let us help in the search," said the doctor, with an afternoon smile under his green umbrella. "Go on." End of Chapter 4, Section 1.
Chapter 4, Sections 2 and 3 of The Secret Places of the Heart by H.G. Wells. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mustafa Razavi. The Secret Places of the Heart by H.G. Wells. Chapter the 4th, At Maidenhead. Section 2. "Since our first talk in Harley Street," said Sir Richmond, "I have been trying myself over in my mind. I can drift down this backwater." "Big, these trees are," said the doctor with infinite approval. "I am astonished to discover what a bundle of discordant motives I am. I do not seem to deserve to be called a personality. I cannot discover even a general direction. Much more am I like a taxicab in which all sorts of aims and desires have travelled to their destination and got out. Are we all like that?" "A bundle held together by a name and address and a certain thread of memory," said the doctor, and considered. More than that, we have leading ideas, associations, possessions, liabilities. The loss of the prison of circumstances that keeps us from complete dispersal. Exactly, said the doctor. And there is also something, a consistency that we call character. It changes consistently with itself. I have been trying to recall my sexual history, said Sir Richmond, going off at a tangent. My sentimental education, I wonder if it differs very widely from yours or most men's. Some men are more eventful in these matters than others, said the doctor. It sounded wistfully. They have the same jumble of motives and traditions, I suspect, whether they are eventful or not. The brakes may be strong or weak, but the drive is the same. I can't remember much of the beginnings of curiosity and knowledge in these matters, can you? Not much, said the doctor. No. Your psychoanalysts tell a story of fears, suppressions, monstrous imaginations, symbolic replacements. I don't remember much of that sort of thing in my own case. It may have faded out of my mind. There were probably some uneasy curiosities, a grotesque dream or so perhaps. I can't recall anything of that sort distinctly now. I had a very lively interest in women, even when I was still quite a little boy, and a certain, what shall I call it, imaginative slavishness, not towards actual women, but towards something magnificently feminine. My first love. Sir Richmond smiled at some secret memory. My first love was Britannia, as depicted by Tenniel in the cartoons in Punch. I must have been a very little chap at the time of the Britannia affair. I just clung to her in my imagination, and did devoted things for her. Then I recall, a little later, a secret abject adoration for the white goddesses of the Crystal Palace. Not for any particular one of them that I can remember, for all of them. But I don't remember anything very monstrous or incestuous in my childish imaginations. Such things as Freud, I understand, lays stress upon. If there was an Oedipus complex or anything of that sort in my own case, it has been very completely washed out again. Perhaps a child which is brought up in a proper nursery of its own and sees a lot of pictures of the nude human body and so on, gets its mind shifted off any possible concentration upon the domestic aspect of sex. I got to definite knowledge pretty early, by the time I was 11 or 12. Normally? What is normally? Decently, anyhow. Here again I may be forgetting much secret and shameful curiosity. I got my ideas into definite form out of a little straightforward psychological teaching and some dissecting of rats and mice. My schoolmaster was a capable, sane man in advance of his time, and my people believed in him. I think much of this distorted, perverse stuff that grows up in people's minds about sex and develops into evil vices and still more evil habits is due to the mystery we make about these things. Not entirely, said the doctor. Largely. What child under a modern upbringing ever goes through the stuffy horrors described in James Joyce's Portrait of the Artist as a young man? I've not read it. A picture of the Catholic atmosphere, a young soul shut up in darkness and ignorance to accumulate filth, in the name of purity and decency, and under threats of hellfire. Horrible. Quite. A study of intolerable tensions, the tensions that make young people write unclean words in secret places. Yes, we certainly ventilate and sanitate in these matters nowadays. Where nothing is concealed, nothing can explode. On the whole, I came up to adolescence pretty straight and clean, said Sir Richmond. What stands out in my memory now is this idea of a sort of woman goddess who was very lovely and kind and powerful and wonderful. That ruled my secret imaginations as a boy, but it was very much in my mind as I grew up. The mother complex, said Dr. Martino, as a passing botanist might recognize and name a flower. Sir Richmond stared at him for a moment. It had not the slightest connection with my mother, or any particular woman at all. Far better to call it the goddess complex. The connection is not perhaps immediately visible, said the doctor. There was no connection, said Sir Richmond. The women of my adolescent dreams were stripped and strong and lovely. They were great creatures. They came, it was clearly traceable, from picture sculpture, and from a definite response in myself to their beauty. My mother had nothing whatever to do with that. The women and girls about me were fussy bunches of clothes that I am sure I never even linked with that dream world of love and worship. Were you co-educated? No. but I had a couple of sisters, one older, one younger than myself, and there were plenty of girls in my circle. I thought some of them pretty, but that was a different affair. I know that I didn't connect them with the idea of the loved and worshipped goddesses at all, because I remember when I first saw the goddess in a real human being, and how amazed I was at the discovery. I was a boy of 12 or 13. My people took me one summer to Dymchurch in Romney Marsh, in those days before the automobile had made the marsh accessible to the Hythe and Folkestone crowds. It was a little old, forgotten, silent, wind-bitten village, crouching under the lee of the great sea wall. At low water there were miles of sand as smooth and shining as the skin of a savage brown woman, shining and with a texture, the very same. And one day, as I was walking about by myself on the beach, boy fashion, there were some ribs of a wrecked boat buried in the sand near a groin, and I was busy with them. A girl ran out from a tent high up on the beach and across the sands to the water. She was dressed in a tight bathing dress, and not in the clumsy skirts and frills that it was the custom to inflict on women in those days. Her hair was tied up in a blue handkerchief. She ran swiftly and gracefully, intent upon the white line of foam ahead. I can still remember how the sunlight touched her round neck and cheek as she went past me. She was the loveliest, most shapely thing I have ever seen. To this day, she lifted up her arms and thrust through the dazzling white and green breakers and plunged into the water and swam. She swam straight out for a long way, as it seemed to me, and presently came in and passed me again on her way back to her tent, light and swift and sure. The very prints of her feet on the sand were beautiful. Suddenly I realized that there could be living people in the world as lovely as any goddess. She wasn't in the least out of breath. That was my first human love, and I love that girl still. I doubt sometimes whether I have loved anyone else. I kept the thing very secret. I wonder now why I have kept the thing so secret. Until now I have never told a soul about it. I resorted to all sorts of tortuous devices and excuses to get a chance of seeing her again without betraying what it was I was after. Dr. Martineau retained a simple fondness for a story. "And did you meet her again?" "Never. Of course, I may have seen her as a dressed-up person and not recognized her. A day or so later, I was stabbed to the heart by the discovery that the tent she came out of had been taken away." "She had gone?" "Forever." Sir Richmond smiled brightly at the doctor's disappointment. Section 3. "I was never wholehearted and simple about sexual things," Sir Richmond resumed presently. "Never. I do not think any man is. We are too much plastered up things, too much the creatures of a tortuous and complicated evolution." Dr. Martineau, under his green umbrella, nodded his conceded agreement. "This, what shall I call it, this dream of women grew up in my mind as I grew up, as something independent of and much more important than the reality of women. It came only very slowly into relation with that. That girl on the Dymchurch beach was one of the first links, but she ceased very speedily to be real. She joined the women of dreamland at last altogether. She became a sort of legendary incarnation. I thought of these dream women not only as something beautiful, but as something exceedingly kind and helpful. The girls and women I met belonged to a different creation." Sir Richmond stopped abruptly and rowed a few long strokes. Dr. Martineau sought information. "I suppose," he said, "there was a sensuous element in these dreamings?" "Certainly. A very strong one. It didn't dominate, but it was a very powerful undertow." "Was there any tendency in all this imaginative stuff to concentrate? To group itself about a single figure, the sort of thing that Victorians would have called an ideal?" "Not a bit of it," said Sir Richmond with conviction. "There was always a tremendous lot of variety in my mind. In fact, the thing I liked least in the real world was the way it was obsessed by the idea of pairing up with one particular set and final person. I liked to dream of a blonde goddess in her own Venusberg one day, and the next I would be off over the mountains with an armed Brunhild." "You had little thought of children?" "As a young man?" "Yes." "None at all. I cannot recall a single philoprogenitive moment. These dream women were all conceived of, and I was conceived of as being concerned in some tremendous enterprise, something quite beyond domesticity. It kept us related, gave us dignity. Certainly it wasn't babies." "All this is very interesting from the scientific point of view. A priori it is not what one might have expected. reasoning from the idea that all instincts and natural imaginations are adapted to a biological end, and seeing that sex is essentially a method of procreation, one might reasonably expect a convergence, if not a complete concentration upon the idea of offspring. It is almost as if there were other ends to be served. It is clear that nature has not worked this impulse out to any sight of its end, has not perhaps troubled to do so. The instinct of the male for the female isn't primarily for offspring, not even in the most intelligent and far-seeing types. The desire just points to glowing satisfactions and illusions. Quite equally, I think, the desire of the female for the male ignores its end. Nature has set about this business in a cheap sort of way. She is like some pushful advertising tradesman. She isn't frank with us. She just humbugs us into what she wants with us. All very well in the early Stone Age, when the poor dear things never realized that their mutual endearments meant all the troubles and responsibilities of parentage. But now... He shook his head sideways and twirled the green umbrella like an animated halo around his large, broad-minded face. Sir Richmond considered. Desire has never been the chief incentive of my relations with women. Never. So far as I can analyze the thing, it has been a craving for a particular sort of life-giving companionship. That, I take it, is nature's device to keep the lovers together in the interest of a more or less unpremeditated offspring. A poor device, if that is its end. It doesn't keep parents together. More often it tears them apart. The wife or the mistress, so often as she is encumbered with children, becomes all too manifestly not the companion goddess. Sir Richmond brooded over his cause and thought. Throughout my life, I have been an exceedingly busy man. I have done a lot of scientific work, and some of it has been very good work and very laborious work. I've travelled much, I've organized great business developments. You might think that my time has been fairly well filled without much philandering. And all the time, I've been about women like a thirsty beast looking for water. Always, all through my life. Dr. Martineau waited through another silence. I was very grave about it at first. I married young. I married very simply and purely. I was not one of those young men who sow a large crop of wild oats. I was a fairly decent youth. It suddenly appeared to me that a certain smiling and dainty girl could make herself into all the goddesses of my dreams. I had but to win her, and this miracle would occur. Of course, I forget now the exact things I thought and felt then, but surely I had some such persuasion, or why should I have married her? My wife was 7 years younger than myself, a girl of 20. She was charming. She is charming. She is a wonderfully intelligent and understanding woman. She has made a home for me, a delightful home. I am one of those men who have no instinct for homemaking. I owe my home and all the comfort and dignity of my life to her ability. I have no excuse for any misbehaviour, so far as she is concerned. None at all. By all the rules I should have been completely happy, but instead of my marriage satisfying me, it presently released a storm of long-controlled desires and imprisoned cravings. A voice within me became more and more urgent. This will not do. This is not love. Where are your goddesses? This is not love. And I was unfaithful to my wife within 4 years of my marriage. It was a sudden, overpowering impulse, but I suppose the ground has been preparing for a long time. I forget now all the emotions of that adventure. I suppose at the time it seemed beautiful and wonderful. I do not excuse myself. Still less do I condemn myself. I put the facts before you. So it was. There were no children by her marriage? Your line of thought, Doctor, is too philoprogenitive. We have had 3. My daughter was married 2 years ago. She's in America. One little boy died when he was 3. The other is in India, taking up the Mardipore power scheme again now that he is out of the army. No, it is simply that I was hopelessly disappointed with everything that a good woman and a decent marriage had to give me. Pure disappointment and vexation. The anticlimax to an immense expectation built up throughout an imaginative boyhood and youth and early manhood. I was shocked and ashamed at my own disappointment. I thought it mean and base. Nevertheless, this orderly household into which I had placed my life, these almost methodical connubialities... He broke off in mid-sentence. Dr. Martineau shook his head disapprovingly. No, he said, it wasn't fair to your wife. It was shockingly unfair. I have always realized that. I have done what I could to make things up to her. Heaven knows what counter-disappointments she has concealed. But it is no good arguing about rights and wrongs now. This is not an apology for my life. I am telling you what happened." "Not for me to judge," said Dr. Martineau. "Go on." "By marrying I had got nothing that my soul craved for. I had satisfied none but the most transitory desires, and I had incurred a tremendous obligation. That obligation didn't restrain me from making desperate lunges at something vaguely beautiful that I felt was necessary to me, but it did cramp and limit these lunges. So my story flops down into the comedy of the lying, cramped intrigues of a respectable married man. I was still driven by my dream of some extravagantly beautiful inspiration called love, and I sought it like an area sneak. Gods, what a story it is, when one brings it all together. I couldn't believe that the glow and sweetness I dreamt of were not in the world, somewhere, hidden away from me. I seemed to catch glimpses of the dear lost thing, now in the corners of the smiling mouth, now in the dark eyes beneath the black smoke of hair, now in a slim form seen against the sky. Often I cared nothing for the woman I made love to. I cared for the thing that she seemed to be hiding from me." Sir Richmond's voice altered. "I don't see what possible good it can do to talk over these things." He began to row, and rowed perhaps a score of strokes. Then he stopped, and the boat drove on with a whisper of water at the bow and over the outstretched oar blades. "What a muddle and mockery the whole thing is!" he cried. "What a fumbling old fool old Mother Nature has been! She drives us into indignity and dishonour, and she doesn't even get the children which are her only excuse for her mischief. See what a fantastic thing I am when you take the machine to pieces. I have been a busy and responsible man throughout my life. I have handled complicated public and industrial affairs not unsuccessfully, and discharged quite big obligations fully and faithfully, and all that time, hidden away from the public eye, my life has been laced by the thread of these, what can one call them, love adventures. How many, you ask? I don't know. Never have I been a whole-hearted lover. Never have I been able to leave love alone. Never has love left me alone." "And as I am made," said Sir Richmond with sudden insistence, "as I am made, I do not believe that I could go on without these affairs. I know that you will be disposed to dispute that." Dr. Martineau made a reassuring noise. "These affairs are at once unsatisfying and vitally necessary. It is only latterly that I have begun to perceive this. Women make life for me. Whatever they touch or see or desire becomes worthwhile, and otherwise it is not worthwhile. Whatever is lovely in my world, whatever is delightful, has been so conveyed to me by some woman. Without the vision they give me, I should be a hard, dry industry in the world, a worker ant, a soulless rage, making much, valuing nothing." He paused. "You are, I think, abnormal," considered the doctor. "Not abnormal. Excessive, if you like. Without women I am a wasting fever of distressful toil. Without them there is no kindness in existence, no rest, no sort of satisfaction. The world is a battlefield. Trenches, barbed wire, rain, mud, logical necessity and utter desolation. With nothing whatever worth fighting for, whatever justifies effort, whatever restores energy is hidden in women." "An axis of sex," said Dr. Martineau. "This is a face." "It is how I am made," said Sir Richmond. A brief silence fell upon that. Dr. Martineau persisted. "It isn't how you are made. We are getting to something in all this. It is, I insist, a mood of how you are made, a distinctive and indicative mood." Sir Richmond went on almost as if he soliloquized. "I will go through it all again. There are times when the love of women seems the only real thing in the world to me, and always it remains the most real thing. I do not know how far I may be a normal man, or how far I may not be, so to speak, abnormally male, but to me life has very little personal significance and no value or power until it has a woman as intermediary. Before life can talk to me and say anything that matters, a woman must be present as a medium. I don't mean that it has no significance mentally and logically. I mean that irrationally and emotionally it has no significance. Works of art, for example, bore me. Literature bores me. Scenery bores me. Even the beauty of a woman bores me unless I find it in some association with a woman's feeling. It isn't that I can't tell for myself that the picture is fine or a mountain valley lovely, but that it doesn't matter a rap to me whether it is or whether it isn't until there is a feminine response, a sexual motif if you like to call it that, coming in. Whatever there is of loveliness or pride in life doesn't live for me until somehow a woman comes in and breathes upon it the breath of life. I cannot even rest until a woman makes holiday for me. Only one thing can I do without women, and that is work, joylessly but effectively, and latterly for some reason that it is up to you to discover, Doctor, even the power of work has gone from me. End of chapter 4, sections 2 and 3.
Chapter 4, sections 4 through 6 of The Secret Places of the Heart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Places of the Heart by H.G. Wells. Chapter 4, sections 4 through 6. This afternoon brings back to me very vividly my previous visit here. It was perhaps a dozen or 15 years ago. We rode down this same backwater. I can see my companion's hand. She had very pretty hands with rosy palms, trailing in the water, and her shadowed face smiling quietly under her sunshade, with little faint streaks of sunlight reflected from the ripples, dancing and quivering across it. She was one of those people who seem always to be happy and to radiate happiness. By ordinary standards, said Sir Richmond, she was a thoroughly bad lot. She had about as much morality, in the narrower sense of the word, as a monkey, and yet she stands out in my mind as one of the most honest women I have ever met. She was certainly one of the kindest. Part of that effect of honesty may have been due to her open brow, her candid blue eyes, the smiling frankness of her manner. But no, she was really honest. We drifted here as we're doing now. She pulled at the sweet rushes and crushed them in her hand. She adds a remembered brightness to this afternoon. Honest, friendly, of all the women I have known, this woman who was here with me came nearest to being my friend. You know, what we call virtue in a woman is a tremendous handicap to any real friendliness with a man. Until she gets to an age when virtue and fidelity are no longer urgent practical concerns, a good woman, by the very definition of feminine goodness, isn't truly herself. Over a vast extent of her being she is reserved. She suppresses a vast amount of her being, holds back, denies, hides. On the other hand, there is a frankness and honesty in openly bad women, arising out of the admitted fact that they are bad, that they hide no treasure from you, they have no peculiarly precious and delicious secrets to keep, and no poverty to conceal. Intellectually, they seem to be more manly and vigorous because they are, as people say, unsexed. Many old women, thoroughly respectable old women, have the same quality, because they've gone out of the personal sex business. Haven't you found that? I have never, said the doctor, known what you call an openly bad woman, at least at all intimately. Sir Richmond looked with quick curiosity at his companion. You have avoided them? They don't attract me. They repel you? For me, said the doctor, for any friendliness, a woman must be modest. My habits of thought are old-fashioned, I suppose, but the mere suggestion about a woman that there were no barriers, no reservation, that in any fashion she might more than meet me half-way. His facial expression completed his sentence. Now I wonder, whispered Sir Richmond, and hesitated for a moment before he carried the great research into the explorer's country. You are afraid of women, he said, with a smile to mitigate the impertinence. I respect them. An element of fear. Well, I am afraid of them, then. Put it that way, if you like. Anyhow, I do not let myself go with them. I have never let myself go. You lose something. You lose a reality of insight." There was a thoughtful interval. "Having found so excellent a friend," said the doctor, "why did you ever part from her?" Sir Richmond seemed indisposed to answer, but Dr. Martineau's face remained slantingly interrogative. He had found the effective counter-attack, and he meant to press it. "I was jealous of her," Sir Richmond admitted. "I couldn't stand that side of it." Section 5. After a meditative silence, the doctor became briskly professional again. "You care for your wife," he said. "You care very much for your wife. She is, as you say, your great obligation, and you are a man to respect obligations. I grasp that. Then you tell me of these women who have come and gone. About them, too, you are perfectly frank. There remains someone else." Sir Richmond stared at his physician. "Well," he said, and laughed, "I didn't pretend to have made my autobiography anything more than a sketch." "No, but there is a special person, the current person. I haven't dilated on my present situation, I admit. From some little things that have dropped from you, I should say there is a child." "That," said Sir Richmond after a brief pause, "is a good guess." "Not older than 3. 2½ You and this lady, who is, I guess, young, are separated. At any rate, you can't go to her. That leaves you at loose ends, because for some time, for 2 or 3 years at least, you have ceased to be, how shall I put it, an emotional wanderer. I begin to respect your psychoanalysis. Hence your overwhelming sense of the necessity of feminine companionship for weary men. I guess she is a very jolly companion to be with, amusing, restful, interesting." Said Sir Richmond. "I think that is a fair description. When she cares, that is, when she's in good form." "Which she isn't at present," hazarded the doctor. He exploded a mine of long-pent exasperation. "She is the clumsiest hand at keeping well that I have ever known. Health is a woman's primary duty, but she is incapable of the most elementary precautions. She is maddeningly receptive to every infection. At the present moment, when I am ill, when I am in urgent need of help and happiness, she has let that wretched child get measles, and she herself won't let me go near her because she's got something disfiguring, something nobody else could ever have or think of having, called carbuncle. Carbuncle." "It is very painful," said Dr. Martineau. "No doubt it is," said Sir Richmond. "No doubt it is." His voice grew bitter. He spoke with deliberation. "A perfectly aimless, useless illness, and as painful as it can be." He spoke as if he slammed a door viciously. And indeed he had slammed a door. The doctor realized that for the present there was no more self-dissection to be got from Sir Richmond. For some time Sir Richmond had been keeping the boat close up to the foaming weir to the left of the loch by an occasional stroke. Now, with a general air of departure, he swung the boat round and began to row down stream towards the bridge and the Radiant Hotel. "Time we had tea," he said. Section 6. After tea, Dr. Martineau left Sir Richmond in a chair upon the lawn, brooding darkly, apparently over the crime of the carbuncle. The doctor went to his room, ostensibly to write a couple of letters and put on a dinner jacket, but really to make a few notes of the afternoon's conversation and meditate over his impressions while they were fresh. His room proffered a comfortable armchair, and into this he sank. A number of very discrepant things were busy in his mind. He had experienced a disconcerting personal attack. There was a whirl of active resentment in the confusion. "Apologetics of a rake," he tried presently. "A common type, stripped of his intellectual dressing. Every third manufacturer from the Midlands or the North has some such undertow of affairs. A physiological uneasiness, an imaginative laxity, the temptations of the trip to London, weakness masquerading as a psychological necessity. The lady of the carbuncle seems to have got rather a hold upon him. She's kept him in order for 3 or 4 years." The doctor scrutinized his own remarks with a judicious expression. "I'm not being fair. He ruffled me. Even if it is true, as I said, that every third manufacturer from the Midlands is in much the same case as he is, that does not dismiss the case. It makes it a more important one, much more important. It makes it a type case with the exceptional quality of being self-expressive, almost too self-expressive. Sir Richmond does, after all, make out a sort of case for himself." "A valid case?" The doctor sat deep in his chair, frowning judicially, with the fingers of one hand opposed to the fingers of the other. "He makes me bristle, because all his life and ideas challenge my way of living. But if I eliminate the personal element—" He pulled a sheet of notepaper towards him and began to jot down notes with a silver-cased pencil. Soon he discontinued writing and sat tapping his pencil case on the table. The amazing selfishness of his attitude! I do not think that once, not once, has he judged any woman except as a contributor to his energy and peace of mind, except in the case of his wife. For her his habit of respect was formed before his ideas developed. That, I think, explains her. What was his phrase about the unfortunate young woman with the carbuncle? Totally useless and unnecessary illness, was it? Now, has a man any right, by any standards, to use women as this man has used them? By any standards? The doctor frowned and nodded his head slowly, with the corners of his mouth drawn in. For some years now an intellectual reverie had been playing an increasing part in the good doctor's life. He was writing this book of his, writing it very deliberately and laboriously, The Psychology of a New Age. But much more was he dreaming and thinking about this book. Its publication was to mark an epoch in human thought and human affairs generally, and create a considerable flutter of astonishment in the doctor's own little world. It was to bring home to people some various aspects of one very startling proposition, that human society had arrived at a phase when the complete restatement of its fundamental ideas had become urgently necessary, a phase when the slow, inadequate, partial adjustments to 2 centuries of changing conditions had to give place to a rapid reconstruction of new fundamental ideas. And it was a fact of great value in the drama of these secret dreams that the directive force towards this fundamentally reconstructed world should be the pen of an unassuming Harley Street physician, hitherto not suspected of any great excesses of enterprise. The written portions of this book were already in a highly polished state. They combined a limitless freedom of proposal with a smooth urbanity of manner, a tacit denial that the thoughts of one intelligent being could possibly be shocking to another. Upon this the doctor was very insistent. Conduct, he held, could never be sufficiently discreet. Thought could never be sufficiently free. As a citizen, one had to treat a law or an institution as a thing as rigidly right as a natural law. That the social well-being demands. But as a scientific man, in one's stated thoughts and in public discussion, the case was altogether different. There was no offence in any possible hypothesis or in the contemplation of any possibility. Just as when one played a game, one was bound to play in unquestioning obedience to the laws and spirit of the game. But if one was not playing that game, then there was no reason why one should not contemplate the completest reversal of all its methods and the alteration and abandonment of every rule. Correctness of conduct, the doctor held, was an imperative concomitant of all really free thinking. Revolutionary speculation is one of those things that must be divorced absolutely from revolutionary conduct. It was to the neglect of these obvious principles, as the doctor considered them, that the general muddle in contemporary marital affairs was very largely due. We left divorce law revision to exposed adulterers, and marriage reform to hot adolescents and craving spinsters, driven by the furies within them to assertions that established nothing, and to practical demonstrations that only left everybody thoroughly uncomfortable. Far better to leave all these matters to calm, patient men in easy chairs, weighing typical cases impartially, ready to condone, indisposed to envy. In return for which restraint on the part of the eager and adventurous, the calm, patient man was prepared in his thoughts to fly high and go far, without giving any guarantee, of course, that he might not ultimately return to the comfortable point of inaction from which he started. In Sir Richmond, Dr. Martineau found the most interesting and encouraging confirmation of the fundamental idea of the psychology of a new age, the immediate need of new criteria of conduct altogether. Here was a man whose life was evidently ruled by standards that were at once very high and very generous. He was overworking himself to the pitch of extreme distress, and apparently he was doing this for ends that were essentially unselfish. Manifestly, there were many things that an ordinary industrial or political magnate would do that Sir Richmond would not dream of doing, and a number of things that such a man would not feel called upon to do that he would regard as imperative duties. And mixed up with so much fine intention and fine conduct was this disreputable streak of intrigue, and this extraordinary claim that such misconduct was necessary to continued vigour of action. To energy of thought it is not necessary, said Dr. Martineau, and considered for a time. Yet certainly I am not a man of action, I admit it. I make few decisions. The chapters of the Psychology of a New Age dealing with women were still undrafted, but they had already greatly exercised the doctor's mind. He found now that the case of Sir Richmond had stirred his imagination. He sat with his hands opposed, his head on one side, and an expression of great intellectual contentment on his face, while these emancipated ideas gave a sort of gala performance in his mind. The good doctor did not dislike women. He had always guarded himself very carefully against misogyny, but he was very strongly disposed to regard them as much less necessary in the existing scheme of things than was generally assumed. Women, he conceded, had laid the foundations of social life. Through their contrivances and sacrifices and patience, the fierce and lonely patriarchal family herd of a male and his woman and offspring had grown into the clan and tribe, the woven tissue of related families that constitute the human comity had been woven by the subtle, persistent protection of sons and daughters by their mothers against the intolerant, jealous, possessive old man. But that was a thing of the remote past. Little was left of those ancient struggles now, but a few infantile dreams and nightmares. The greater human community, human society, was made for good, and being made, it had taken over the ancient tasks of the woman one by one, until now in its modern forms it cherished most sedulously than she did, it educated, it housed and comforted, it clothed and served and nursed, leaving the wife privileged, honoured, protected, for the sake of tasks she no longer did, and of a burthen she no longer bore. Progress has trivialized women, said the doctor, and made a note of the word for later consideration. And woman has trivialized civilization, the doctor tried. She has retained her effect of being central. She still makes the social atmosphere. She raises men's instinctive hopes of help and direction, except the doctor stipulated, for a few highly developed modern types. Most men found the sense of achieving her a necessary condition for sustained exertion, and there is no direction in her any more. She spends, said the doctor. She just spends. She spends excitingly and competitively for her own pride and glory. She drives all the energy of men over the weirs of gain. What are we to do with the creature? Whispered the doctor. Apart from the procreative necessity, was woman an unavoidable evil? The doctor's untrammeled thoughts began to climb high, spin, nose-dive, and loop the loop. Nowadays we took a proper care of the young. We had no need for high birth rates. Quite a small proportion of women with a gift in that direction could supply all the offspring that the world wanted. Given the power of determining sex that science was slowly winning today, and why should we have so many women about? A drastic elimination of the creatures would be quite practicable. A fantastic world to a vulgar imagination, no doubt, but to a calmly reasonable mind by no means fantastic. But this was where the case of Sir Richmond became so interesting. Was it really true that the companionship of women was necessary to these energetic, creative types? Was it the fact that the drive of life towards action, as distinguished from contemplation, arose out of sex and needed to be refreshed by the reiteration of that motive? It was a plausible proposition. It marched with all the doctor's ideas of natural selection and of the conditions of a survival that have made us what we are. It was in tune with the Freudian analysis. Sex, not only a renewal of life in the species, noted the doctor's silver pencil, sex may be also a renewal of energy in the individual. After some musing, he crossed out sex and wrote above it sexual love. That is practically what he claims, Dr. Martineau said, in which case we want the completest revision of all our standards of sexual obligation. We want a new system of restrictions and imperatives altogether. It was a fixed idea of the doctor's that women were quite incapable of producing ideas in the same way that men do. But he believed that with suitable encouragement they could be induced to respond quite generously to such ideas. Suppose, therefore, we really educated the imaginations of women. Suppose we turned their indubitable capacity for service toward social and political creativeness, not in order to make them the rivals of men in these fields, but their moral and actual helpers. A man of this sort wants a mistress mother, said the doctor. He wants a sort of woman who cares more for him and his work and honor than she does for child or home or clothes or personal pride. But are there such women? Can there be such a woman? His work needs to be very fine to deserve her help. But admitting its fineness, the alternative seems to be to teach the sexes to get along without each other. A neutralized world, a separated world. How we should jostle in the streets! But the early Christians have tried it already. The thing is impossible. Very well, then. We have to make women more responsible again, in a new capacity. We have to educate them far more seriously as sources of energy, as guardians and helpers of men. And we have to suppress them far more rigorously as tempters and dissipators. Instead of mothering babies, they have to mother the race. A vision of women made responsible floated before his eyes. Is that man working better since you got hold of him? If not, why not? Or again, Jane Smith was charged with neglecting her lover to the common danger. The inspector said the man was in a pitiful state, morally quite uncombed, and infested with vulgar, showy ideas. The doctor laughed, telescoped his pencil, and stood up. End of chapter 4, sections 4 through 6. Chapter 4, Sections 7 and 8 of The Secret Places of the Heart. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Secret Places of the Heart by H. G. Wells. Chapter 4, Sections 7 and 8. It became evident after dinner that Sir Richmond also had been thinking over the afternoon's conversation. He and Dr. Martineau sat in wide-armed cane chairs on the lawn, with a wickerwork table bearing coffee cups and little glasses between them. A few other diners chatted and whispered about similar tables, but not too close to our talkers to disturb them. The dining room behind them had cleared its tables and depressed its illumination. The moon, in its first quarter, hung above the sunset, sank after twilight, shone brighter and brighter among the western trees, and presently had gone, leaving the sky to an increasing multitude of stars. The Maidenhead River, wearing its dusky blue draperies and its jewels of light, had recovered all the magic Sir Richmond had stripped from it in the afternoon. The grave arches of the bridge, made complete circles by the reflection of the water, sustained as if by some unifying and justifying reason. The erratic flat flashes and streaks and glares of traffic that fretted to and fro overhead. A voice sang intermittently, and a banjo tinkled, but remotely enough to be indistinct and agreeable. After all, Sir Richmond began abruptly, the search for some sort of sexual modus vivendi is only a means to an end. One does not want to live for sex, but only through sex. The main thing in my life has always been my work. This afternoon, under the Maidenhead influence, I talked too much of sex. I babbled of things one doesn't usually. It was very illuminating, said the doctor. No doubt, but a temporary phase. It's the defective bearing talks. Just now I happen to be irritated. The darkness concealed a faint smile on the doctor's face. The work is the thing, said Sir Richmond, so long as one can keep one's grip on it. What? Said the doctor after a pause, leaning back and sending wreaths of smoke up toward the star-dusted zenith. What is your idea of your work? I mean, how do you see it in relation to yourself and things generally? Put in the most general terms? Put in the most general terms. I wonder if I can put it in general terms for you at all. It is hard to put something one is always thinking about in general terms, or to think of it as a whole. Now, fuel. I suppose it was my father's business interests that pushed me towards specialization in fuel. He wanted me to have a thoroughly scientific training in days when a scientific training was less easy to get for a boy than it is today, and much more inspiring when you got it. My mind was framed, so to speak, in geology and astronomical physics. I grew up to think on that scale, just as a man who has been trained in history and law grows to think on the scale of the Roman Empire. I don't know what your pocket map of the universe is, the map, I mean, by which you judge all sorts of other general ideas. To me this planet is a little ball of oxides and nickel steel, life a sort of tarnish on its surface, and we the minutest particles in that tarnish, who can nevertheless in some unaccountable way take in the idea of this universe as one whole, who begin to dream of taking control of it. That's not a bad statement of the scientific point of view, I suppose. I have much the same general idea of the world, on rather more psychological lines. We think, I suppose, said Sir Richmond, of life as something that is only just beginning to be aware of what it is and what it might be. Exactly, said the doctor. Good. He went on eagerly. That is precisely how I see it. You and I are just particles in the tarnish, as you call it, who are becoming dimly awake to what we are, to what we have in common. Only a very few of us have got as far even as this. These others here, for example," he indicated the rest of Maidenhead by a movement, "desire, mutual flattery, egotistical dreams, greedy solicitudes fill them up. They haven't begun to get out of themselves." "We, I suppose, have," doubted Sir Richmond. "We have." The doctor had no doubt. He lay back in his chair with his hands behind his head and his smoke ascending vertically to heaven. With the greatest contentment he began quoting himself. "This getting out of one's individuality, this conscious getting out of one's individuality is one of the most important and interesting aspects of the psychology of the new age that is now dawning, as compared with any previous age. Unconsciously, of course, every true artist, every philosopher, every scientific investigator, so far as his art or thought went, has always got out of himself, has forgotten his personal interests, and become man thinking for the whole race. And intimations of the same thing have been at the heart of most religions. But now people are beginning to get this detachment without any distinctively religious feeling or any distinctive aesthetic or intellectual impulse, as if it were a plain matter of fact. Plain matter of fact that we are only incidentally ourselves, that really each one of us is also the whole species, is really, indeed, all life. A part of it? An integral part, as sight is part of a man, with no absolute separation from all the rest, no more than a separation of the imagination, the whole so far as his distinctive quality goes. I do not know how this takes shape in your mind, Sir Richmond, but to me this idea of actually being life itself upon the world, a special phase of it, dependent upon and connected with all other phases, and of being one of a small but growing number of people who apprehend that and want to live in the spirit of that, is quite central. It is my fundamental idea. We, this small but growing minority, constitute that part of life which knows and wills and tries to rule its destiny. This new realization, the new psychology arising out of it, is a fact of supreme importance in the history of life. It is like the appearance of self-consciousness in some creature that has not hitherto had self-consciousness. And so far as we are concerned, we are the true kingship of the world, necessarily. We who know are the true king. I wonder how this appeals to you. It is stuff I have thought out very slowly and carefully, and written and approved. It is the very core of my life. And yet when one comes to say these things to someone else face to face, it is much more difficult to say than to write. Sir Richmond noted how the doctor's chair creaked as he rolled to and fro with the uneasiness of these intimate utterances. "I agree," said Sir Richmond presently. "One does think in this fashion, something in this fashion. What one calls one's work does belong to something much bigger than ourselves. Something much bigger," he expanded. "Which something we become," the doctor urged, "in so far as our work takes hold of us." Sir Richmond made no answer to this for a little while. "Of course we trail a certain egotism into our work," he said. "Could we do otherwise? But it has ceased to be purely egotism. It is no longer I, but I am part. One wants to be an honourable part." "You think of man upon his planet," the doctor pursued. "I think of life rather as a mind that tries itself over in millions and millions of trials, but it works out to the same thing." "I think in terms of fuel," said Sir Richmond. He was still debating the doctor's generalization. "I suppose it would be true to say that I think of myself as mankind on his planet, with very considerable possibilities and with only a limited amount of fuel at his disposal to achieve them. Yes, I agree that I think in that way. I have not thought much before of the way in which I think about things, but I agree that it is in that way. Whatever enterprises mankind attempts are limited by the sum total of that store of fuel upon the planet. That is very much in my mind. Besides that, he has nothing but his annual allowance of energy from the sun. I thought that presently we were to get unlimited energy from atoms, said the doctor. I don't believe in that as a thing immediately practicable. No doubt getting a supply of energy from atoms is a theoretical possibility, just as flying was in the time of Daedalus. Probably there were actual attempts at some sort of glider in ancient Crete. But before we get to the actual utilization of atomic energy, there will be 10,000 difficult corners to turn. We may have to wait 3,000 or 4,000 years for it. We cannot count on it. We haven't it in hand. There may be some impasse. All we have surely is coal and oil. There is no surplus of wood now, only an annual growth. And water power is income also, doled out day by day. We cannot anticipate it. Coal and oil are our only capital. They are all we have for great important efforts. They are a gift to mankind, to use to some supreme end or to waste in trivialities. Coal is the key to metallurgy, and oil to transit. When they are done, we shall either have built up such a fabric of apparatus, knowledge, and social organization that we shall be able to manage without them, or we shall have traveled a long way down the slopes of waste toward extinction. Today, in getting, in distribution, in use, we waste enormously. As we sit here, all the world is wasting fuel fantastically. Just as mentally, educationally we waste, the doctor interjected. And my job is to stop what I can of that waste, to do what I can to organize, first of all, sane fuel getting, and then sane fuel using. And that second proposition carries us far into the whole use we are making of life. First things first, said Sir Richmond, if we set about getting fuel sanely, if we do it as the deliberate, cooperative act of the whole species, then it follows that we shall look very closely into the use that is being made of it. When all the fuel getting is brought into one view as a common interest, then it follows that all the fuel burning will be brought into one view. At present we're getting fuel in a kind of scramble with no general aim. We waste and lose almost as much as we get, and of what we get, the waste is idiotic. I won't trouble you, said Sir Richmond, with any long discourse on the ways of getting fuel in this country. But land, as you know, is owned in patches and stretches that were determined in the first place chiefly by agricultural necessities. When it was divided up among its present owners, nobody was thinking about the minerals beneath. But the lawyers settled long ago that the landowner owned his land right down to the center of the earth. So we have the superficial landlord as coal owner trying to work his coal according to the superficial divisions, quite irrespective of the lie of the coal underneath. Each man goes for the coal under his own land in his own fashion. You get 3 shafts where one would suffice, and none of them in the best possible place. You get the coal coming out of this point when it would be far more convenient to bring it out of that miles away. You get boundary walls of coal between the estates, abandoned, left in the ground forever, and each coal owner sells his coal in his own pettifogging manner. But you know of these things. You know, too, how we trail the coal all over the country, spoiling it as we trail it, until at last we get it into the silly coal scuttles, beside the silly, wasteful, air-poisoning, fog-creating fireplace. And this stuff, said Sir Richmond, bringing his hand down so smartly on the table that the startled coffee cups cried out upon the tray, was given to men to give them power over metals, to get knowledge with, to get more power with. The oil story, I suppose, is as bad. The oil story is worse. There is a sort of cant, said Sir Richmond in a fierce parenthesis, that the supplies of oil are inexhaustible, and that you can muddle about with oil anyhow. Optimism of knaves and imbeciles. They don't want to be pulled up by any sane considerations. For some moments he kept silence, as if in unspeakable commination. Here I am, with some clearness of vision, my only gift, not very clever, with a natural bad temper and a strong sexual bias, doing what I can to get a broader handling of the fuel question, as a common interest for all mankind. And I find myself up against a lot of men, subtle men, sharp men, obstinate men, prejudiced men, able to get round me, able to get over me, able to blockade me. Clever men, yes, and all of them ultimately damned, oh, utterly damned fools. Coal owners who think only of themselves, solicitors who think backwards, politicians who think like a game of cat's cradle, not a gleam of generosity, not a gleam. "What particularly are you working for?" asked the doctor. "I want to get the whole business of the world's fuel discussed and reported upon as one affair, so that some day it may be handled as one affair in the general interest." "The world, did you say? You meant the empire." "No, the world. It is all one system now. You can't work it in bits. I want to call in foreign representatives from the beginning." "Advisory? Consultive?" "No, with powers. These things interlock now internationally, both through labour and finance. The sooner we scrap this nonsense about an autonomous British Empire complete in itself, contra mundum, the better for us. A world control is 50 years overdue. Hence these disorders." "Still, it's rather a difficult proposition as things are." "Oh Lord, don't I know it's difficult!" cried Sir Richmond in the tone of one who swears. "Don't I know that perhaps it's impossible? But it's the only way to do it. Therefore I say, let's try to get it done. And everybody says, difficult, difficult, and nobody lifts a finger to try. And the only real difficulty is that everybody, for one reason or another, says that it's difficult. It's against human nature. Granted. Every decent thing is. It's socialism. Who cares? Along this line of comprehensive scientific control, the world has to go, or it will retrogress. It will muddle and rot." "I agree," said Dr. Martineau. "So I want a report to admit that distinctly. I want it to go further than that. I want to get the beginnings, the germ of a world administration. I want to set up a permanent world commission of scientific men and economists with powers, just as considerable powers as I can give them. They'll be feeble powers at the best, but still some sort of say in the whole fuel supply of the world, a say that may grow at last to a control, a right to collect reports and receive accounts, for example, to begin with, and then the right to make recommendations. You see? No, the international part is not the most difficult part of it, but my beastly owners and their beastly lawyers won't relinquish a scrap of what they call their freedom of action. And my labour men, because I'm a fairly big coal owner myself, sit and watch and suspect me, too stupid to grasp what I'm driving at, and too incompetent to get out a scheme of their own. They want world control on scientific lines even less than the owners. They try to think that fuel production can carry an unlimited wages bill, and the owners try to think that it can pay unlimited profits. And when I say, this business is something more than a scramble for profits and wages, it's a service and a common interest, they stare at me. Sir Richmond was at a loss for an image. Like a committee in a thieves' kitchen, when someone has casually mentioned the law. "But will you ever get your permanent commission?" "It can be done. if I can stick it out. But with the whole committee against you. The curious thing that the whole committee isn't against me. Every individual is. Sir Richmond found it difficult to express. The psychology of my committee ought to interest you. It is probably a fair sample of the way all sorts of things are going nowadays. It's curious. There is not a man on that committee who is quite comfortable within himself about the particular individual end he is there to serve. It's there I get them. They pursue their own ends bitterly and obstinately, I admit. But they are bitter and obstinate because they pursue them against an internal opposition which is on my side. They are terrified to think, if once they stopped fighting me, how far they might not have to go with me. A suppressed world conscience, in fact. This marches very closely with my own ideas. A world conscience? World conscience? I don't know. But I do know there is this drive in nearly every member of the committee, some drive anyhow, toward the decent thing. It's the same drive that drives me. But I am the most driven. It has turned me round. It hasn't turned them. I go east, they go west. And they don't want to be turned round. Tremendously, they don't. Creative undertow, said Dr. Martineau, making notes, as it were. An increasing force in modern life. In the psychology of a new age, strengthened by education, it may play a directive part. They fight every little point. But you see, because of this creative undertow, if you like to call it that, we do get along. I am leader or whipper in, it's hard to say which, of a bolting flock. I believe they will report for a permanent World Commission. I believe I have got them up to that. But they will want to make it a bureau of this League of Nations, and I have the profoundest distrust of this League of Nations. It may turn out to be a sort of side-tracking arrangement for all sorts of important world issues. And they will find they have to report for some sort of control. But there again they will shy. They will report for it, and then they will do their utmost to whittle it down again. They will refuse it the most reasonable powers. They will alter the composition of the committee so as to make it innocuous. How? Get rid of the independent scientific men, load it up, so far as Britain is concerned, with muck of the colonial politician type and tame labor representatives, balance with shady new adventurer millionaires, get in still shadier stuff from abroad. Let these gentry appoint their own tame experts after their own hearts, experts who will make merely advisory reports which will not be published. They want, in fact, to keep the old system going under the cloak of your committee, reduced to a cloak and nothing more. That is what it amounts to. They want to have the air of doing right. Indeed, they do want to have the feel of doing right, and still leave things just exactly what they were before. And as I suffer under the misfortune of seeing the thing rather more clearly, I have to shepherd the conscience of the whole committee. But there is a conscience there. If I can hold out myself, I can hold the committee. He turned appealingly to the doctor. Why should I have to be the conscience of that damned committee? Why should I do this exhausting, inhuman job? In their hearts these others know, only they won't know. Why should it fall on me? You have to go through with it, said Dr. Martineau. I have to go through with it, but it's a hell of utterly inglorious squabbling. They bait me. They have been fighting the same fight within themselves that they fight with me. They know exactly where I am, that I too am doing my job against internal friction. The one thing before all others that they want to do is to bring me down off my moral high horse. And I loathe the high horse. I am in a position of special moral superiority to men who are, on the whole, as good men as I am, or better. That shows all the time. You see the sort of man I am. I've a broad streak of personal vanity. I fag easily. I'm short-tempered. I've other things, as you perceive. When I fag, I become obtuse. I repeat and bore. I get viciously ill-tempered. I suffer from an intolerable sense of ill-usage. Then that ass Wagstaff, who ought to be working with me steadily, sees his chance to be pleasantly witty. He gets a laugh round the table at my expense. Young Dent, the more intelligent of the Labour men, reads me a lecture in committee manners. Old Cassidy sees his opening and jabs some ridiculous petty accusation at me and gets me spluttering self-defense like a fool. All my stock goes down, and as my stock goes down the chances of a good report dwindle. Young Dent grieves to see me injuring my own case. Too damned a fool to see what will happen to the report. You see, if only they can convince themselves I am just a prig and an egotist and an impractical bore, they escape from a great deal more than my poor propositions. They escape from the doubt in themselves. By dismissing me, they dismiss their own consciences, and then they can scamper off and be sensible little piggywigs and not bother any more about what is to happen to mankind in the long run. Do you begin to realize the sort of fight upside down in a dustbin that committee is for me? You have to go through with it, Dr. Martineau repeated. I have, if I can, but I warn you, I have been near the breaking point, and if I tumble off the high horse, if I can't keep going regularly there to ride the moral high horse, that committee will slump into utter scoundrelism. It will turn out a long, inconsistent, botched, unreadable report that will back up all sorts of humbugging bargains and sham settlements. It will contain some half-baked scheme to pacify the miners at the expense of the general welfare. It won't even succeed in doing that. But in the general confusion, old Cassidy will get away with a series of hauls that may run into millions, which will last his time, damn him, and that is where we are. Oh, I know, I must do this job. I don't need any telling that my life will be nothing and mean nothing unless I bring this thing through. But the thanklessness of playing this lone hand. The doctor watched his friend's resentful black silhouette against the lights on the steely river, and said nothing for a while. Why did I ever undertake to play it? Sir Richmond appealed. Why has it been put upon me? Seeing what a poor thing I am, why am I not a poor thing altogether? Section 8. I think I understand that loneliness of yours, said the doctor, after an interval. I am intolerable to myself, and I think it explains why it is that you turn to women as you do. You want help, you want reassurance, and you feel they can give it. I wonder if it has been quite like that, Sir Richmond reflected. By an effort, Dr. Martineau refrained from mentioning the mother complex. You want help and reassurance as a child does, he said. Women, and women alone, seem capable of giving that, of telling you that you are surely right, that notwithstanding your blunders, you are right, that even when you are wrong, it doesn't so much matter, you are still in spirit right. They can show their belief in you as no man can. With all their being, they can do that. Yes, I suppose they could. They can. You have said already that women are necessary to make things real for you. Not my work, said Sir Richmond. I admit that it might be like that. But it isn't like that. It has not worked out like that. The two drives go on side by side in me. They have no logical connection. All I can say is that for me, with my bifid temperament, one makes a rest from the other, and is so far refreshment and a renewal of energy. But I do not find women coming into my work in any effectual way. The doctor reflected further. I suppose, he began, and stopped short. He heard Sir Richmond move in his chair, creaking an interrogation. You have never, said the doctor, turned to the idea of God? Sir Richmond grunted, and made no other answer for the better part of a minute. As Dr. Martineau waited for his companion to speak, a falling star streaked the deep blue above them. "I can't believe in a God," said Sir Richmond. "Something after the fashion of a God?" said the doctor insidiously. "No," said Sir Richmond, "nothing that reassures. But this loneliness, this craving for companionship, we have all been through that," said Sir Richmond. "We have all in our time lain very still in the darkness, with our souls crying out for the fellowship of God, demanding some sign, some personal response. The faintest feeling of assurance would have satisfied us. And there has never been a response? Have you ever had a response?" "Once I seemed to have a feeling of exaltation and security." "Well?" "Perhaps I only persuaded myself that I had. I had been reading William James on religious experiences, and I was thinking very much of conversion. I tried to experience conversion." "Yes?" "It faded." "It always fades," said Sir Richmond with anger in his voice. "I wonder how many people there are nowadays who have passed through this last experience of ineffectual invocation, this appeal to the fading shadow of a vanished God. In the night, in utter loneliness, answer me, speak to me. Does he answer? In the silence you hear the little blood vessels whisper in your ears, you see a faint glow of colour on the darkness." Dr. Martineau sat without a word. "I can believe that over all things righteousness rules. I can believe that. But righteousness is not friendliness, nor mercy, nor comfort, nor any such dear and intimate things. This cuddling up to righteousness, it is a dream, a delusion, and a phase. I've tried all that long ago. I've given it up long ago. I've grown out of it. Men do, after 40. Our souls were made in the squatting place of the sub-men of ancient times. They are made out of primitive needs, and they die before our bodies as those needs are satisfied. Only young people have souls complete. The need for a personal God, feared but reassuring, is a youth's need. I no longer fear the old man, nor want to propitiate the old man, nor believe he matters any more. I'm a bit of an old man myself, I discover. Yes, but the other thing still remains." "The great mother of the gods?" said Dr. Martineau, still clinging to his theories. "The need of the woman," said Sir Richmond. "I want mating because it is my nature to mate. I want fellowship because I am a social animal, and I want it from another social animal, not from any God, any inconceivable God who fades and disappears. No. Perhaps that other need will fade presently. I do not know. Perhaps it lasts as long as life does. How can I tell?" He was silent for a little while. Then his voice sounded in the night as if he spoke to himself. "But as for the God of all things, consoling and helping, imagine it. That up there, having fellowship with me, I would as soon think of cooling my throat with the Milky Way, or shaking hands with those stars." End of Chapter 4, Sections 7 and 8.